啊，有这么大？
Charles IV.
Let's go，僧侣的生活。4点要晨到，然后等他们起来了，肚子有点饿。塞拉二世修士。
Are you sure that belongs here?
Are you sure that belongs here? And why?
Are you
What's that
sure
you're
that
carrying
belongs
around?
here?
And why?
哦，火把都不能用啊。
Salve. Be well.
Can't you see we're at Mass?
Not now, brother.
The disciples were asked to be silent and to listen. And for that reason, if anything has to be asked of the superior, it should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for words of laughter, everywhere with a such conversation do not permit a disciple to open his mouth. The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ, who, because of the holy service they have professed, and the fear of hell and the glory of life everlasting, as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a divine command and cannot suffer any delay in executing it. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay,
终于找到了位置了。
grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors is given
What troubles
to
you?
God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will, not necessarily.
I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the church during the ceremony. I have a feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often. You see, I'm a cicada.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule, does their work, and that everything is the way it should be.
When it's not the way it should be?
And then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
Sixth, let them apply themselves to reading. After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts and ruder minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom more is committed, from him more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another,
Gregor,
unless it be
talk
one
to me.
he finds better in good works.
I'm looking for something a little,
And let him not shut his
unorthodox.
eyes to the faults of
And what
offenders,
would that be
but
exactly?
Since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon
I'm
as
looking
they
for
begin
lock
to
picks.
appear.
Lock picks?
Remembering the fate
And
of Penny,
what would you like those
priest
for?
of Cyril. The well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with
I'd like to practice opening locks, just for the fun of it.
Well, why not?
hard, proud,
So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lock picks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lock picks.
and again,
Can't say fairer than that, can I?
will deliver his soul.
我就知道。Oh my god. Fuck.
Let's talk about the price.
Alright, so?
Finally.
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm new here.
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices.
最老
I
的
hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you
Sure.
won't get into trouble.
Trouble?
谁应该不是他。
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks. You never know when it might come in handy.
I'm interested in the other novices. What can you tell me about Siskin?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon he don't belong in the monastery. He spends more time dreaming of the world outside than tending to his duties. I'm surprised he hasn't been thrown out already. If it was up to me, he'd be out on his ear right away.
Sounds like you don't have much time for him.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Believe me, Gregor, he's hiding something from us. In fact, now I come to think of it, I haven't seen him at morning prayers for a while.
今天不是来了吗？
What can... Do you know anything about Antonius?
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray your confidence. He's always happy to help. which is more than can be said for the other brothers.
I was talking last night with the brother Cicators. It seems you're to fetch them a cask of wine, like last time.
Well, yes, it's true.
I'd like to help you.
Would you really do it? To get hold of the wine, we'll have to leave the monastery for a bit. I know it's forbidden, but we've no other option. If wine started going missing here, someone would notice. But to leave the monastery, we need the keys. And only the prior has those.
Wait a moment. Are you saying I'm supposed to steal the prior's keys so I can go and steal wine somewhere else?
Well, you see why I don't want to do it myself now, do you? I don't have what it takes. I can't get those keys, but you could. Or you might be able to pick the locks.
But you've done it once before, haven't you?
Last time the prior was sick, and he left the monastery keys in the Circator's care. So they unlocked the gates for me. This time we'll have to steal the keys.
How can I get hold of the keys, do you think?
I don't know, but it might be possible to do this without them. Brother Celerius, the cellar keeper, used to be a burglar. He knows his way around locks, and maybe could help us, if you could find a way to arrange it.
Do you think he'll want to take part in theft?
No, but he could give some advice, or maybe get some lockpicks to open the gate. You'll figure something out.
Okay.
If you think so, I can try.
Once you have the key or some lockpicks, come and see me and we'll make our plan.
I've read the abbot's book. It says in there that you're not as saintly as you make out. Actually, it seems like you're as lecherous as a boar in rut.
You broke into the abbot's quarters to spy on me? You won't get away with it.
I wasn't interested in your opinion about what I did. What interests me is you and what the book has to say about you.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to report you.
Just try it, and I'll smack you so hard your feet won't touch the ground.
No, don't hit me. I won't say anything to anyone, I promise.
Can you tell me something about yourself?
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. I'm just the ordinary son of a landowner, now a monk. There's nothing in my past, present, or future that anyone could find interesting.
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate, but he was kind enough to sell off some cattle and send me here. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's better than mucking out manure.
Who would you vote for as the new abbot if you could?
Why do you care? We don't have the right to vote, so we shouldn't get mixed up in it.
I'm just interested, that's all.
I like John better. But like I've said, it's not our place to get involved. It's enough that Antonius is mixed up in it. Don't you start too.
他们都喜欢约翰，这个还不能跟他们说。反正你白色其中一个人是
I'm Gregor, a novice.
对吧？
I saw you at the ceremony.
I know. It was hard not to notice you.
And you are?
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happiest alone.
I'd like to know something about the other novices.
I don't know much, but
What can you tell me about Siskin?
not a lot. I don't know him. Actually, I don't know much about him at all. Except that he's not a stickler for rules.
You really don't know anything about anyone? Well, thanks anyway.
Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't tell you more. I just haven't felt like getting to know anyone yet.
I'd like to know some...
I don't...
What can...
Not...
Do you know anything about Yodok?
I don't. He doesn't like me, and he's on very friendly terms with the Circators. That's about it.
Tell me about Antonius.
I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell. I've never spoken to him. I've never asked about him.
Tell me.
Why?
I'd have thought you might.
Don't get up.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's nothing I can tell you.
I mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas. Nothing else matters.
Come on. Is there really nothing at all you can tell me?
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work and prayer, not on who I once was. I never will be again. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walked through the monastery gates and took our oath. Never forget that.
哦，就凭他这个说辞，他应该就不是我要找的人啊。
If you could, who would you vote for to be the abbot?
But I can't vote, so what's the point of worry? Ask Antonius. He often talks about it, and I'm sure he has an opinion.
Oh. 卢卡斯史诗经。
Talk to me, bro.
I'd be interested. Tell me about.
Oh, if there was a monk.
I'm interested in.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I'd bet my life that if he wasn't here, he'd be a cumin scout, bowing and scraping for a few groschen.
That doesn't sound too flattering.
It wasn't meant to. No matter what you do here, watch out for him. He's got his eye on everyone, and he'll rat on you for even the slightest of infractions.
阅读课。所以我要小心阅读课。
What can you tell me about Lucas?
It's a tricky situation with Lucas. No one really knows anything about him. I've tried so many times to talk to him, but he always backs away like a virgin on a wedding night.
That's all.
What would you like?
I'd be interested to hear what you... What can you tell me?
That there's no man alive less suitable for the monastic life than him.
You don't know young Lord Capon.
I've heard things. Siskin must have been like him. Fighting, drinking, fornicating. But then he ended up in here.
Why is he in the monastery?
No one knows. Maybe he's hiding from something. Or maybe he's being punished.
Do you think he has a secret?
Don't we all? But unlike the others, he absolutely refuses to speak about his life before the monastery.
That's all I wanted to know about him. Thanks. What about Yodok?
Be on good terms with him. If you show even the slightest hint you don't like him, he'll make your life hell. He's a slimy little pedant who'll rat you out to the superiors. Once he finishes his novitiate, I imagine he'll want to climb his way up the ladder to at least Sir Cater. He's a man who enjoys ordering others around.
I'm interested in Lucas.
No one knows much about him. He doesn't talk to anyone. He works, eats, sleeps, then does it all again the next day. It's as if he wanted to get it all over with as soon as possible. By it, I mean his entire life.
Okay.
That's all.
In the night, I saw the brother cicadas drinking. playing dice.
And why aren't you spending your nights sleeping instead of creeping around spying on your brothers?
I only wanted to...
I know, brother, I know. But you need to understand that novices shouldn't be poking their noses into the affairs of elder brothers.
You're right. I'm not going to get involved.
A wise decision. You know, life in a monastery is much like life outside in many ways. The monastery walls don't keep out human pride and hatred.
Really? I thought monks were above that sort of human folly.
They became monks, Gregor, but that didn't stop them being men. Be on your guard as much as you ever were outside. Lies, jealousy, vengeance. They can hurt you here as much as anywhere.
Thanks for the advice. Although I don't know if I can follow it.
That's up to you, brother. What do you desire?
I'd like to ask... Well, that's all.
Talk to me, bro.
I'm interested in Lucas.
Nobody knows much about Lucas. He keeps himself to himself. If you ask me, he's got something to hide. I'd keep well clear of him if I was you.
Do you have any grounds for suspecting him of something?
Quite a lot. And also none at all. The circuitous who make the rounds despise him, and they never punish anyone without cause.
About those keys.
Did you get them? Keys? Or at least lockpicks?
Not yet.
Well, hurry up then. You don't want to keep the brothers waiting.
Yes, I have them.
In that case, come before midnight to the cloister garden. I'll be waiting for you there, and we'll head off.
I'd like to ask... Well, that's all.
6点、8点要工作。
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nebulus, and I'm the provost here. I'm in charge of the monastery's property, as well as handling trade with the outside world.
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write lists and send them out.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks live a humble life and that any surpluses go to the poor. But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and the construction of a new church don't swallow up the few resources we have left.
I'm interested in the election of the new abbot.
You're not alone. Everyone's so worked up about that they spent no time considering how they could make the monastery a better place now.
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer. The older brethren bend the rules of the order to make them fit their interests. So, to balance the scales, they want the novices to lead exemplary lives. Sin abounds here, just as in the outside world.
What sins are you talking about?
The scripture says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." I'm sorry, Gregor, it's not my place to speak about the sins of others.
Tell me something about how the new abbot will be elected.
A new abbot has to be elected once the old one dies. All the brethren can vote, with the exception of novices. The abbot's crozier will be conferred on whoever is chosen, and he'll take the vow. When he becomes abbot, a monk spends most of his time dealing with politics outside the monastery, instead of actually leading the monastery. But he still maintains a fundamental influence on life here.
Can you tell me about Abbot Peter?
Peter's wise in the ways of politics and a good shepherd, but as you've already heard, he's old and infirm. The other brothers see him with one foot in the grave, but I still have hope for him. But you, brother, don't let yourself get involved in the games of your superiors. Could you help me with something?
With what?
I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details, and together you and I could give old Peter a few more years to do good. What do you say?
You can count on my help. What do you need me to do?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now you know most of the brothers believe every illness is a message from God, and that it's not our place to deny his will. I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, then it's our duty to relieve people of their suffering. The cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library, but it will certainly be amongst the Libri Prohibiti, the forbidden books, those we aren't permitted to read.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices, witchcraft and all manner of evil. Or so some people claim. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book of medicine, albeit one written by a pagan. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book was the work of a Saracen devil and must be kept under lock and key. Since then, no one can even talk about the book. But the three wise men were from the East, were they not?
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside. You'll easily recognize what you're looking for. The cover has not only a Latin inscription, but also Saracen letters. Bring it to me, but leave the other books there. No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly begin to look into it, which is exactly what we don't want.
Is there anything you can tell me that would help?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how. Perhaps Brother Celerius could help.
Why can't you do it yourself?
Because I'm one of the highest-ranking monks here, and one day I'd like to become abbot. Can you imagine me crawling around in the black of night searching for a forbidden book?
You could just ask for it.
Do you honestly think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Librarian Cyril is a stubborn ass.
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched, you'll need to go at night. It's locked, but I'm sure you'll manage to get in. They say Brother Celerius understands locks, but don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, bring it to me, and I'll then use it to make Peter's medicine. We'll soon have the election of the abbot over and done with.
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist's laboratory. You'll find ingredients in the chests next to it. Concoct 2 buck's blood potions. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them.
Ah, this looks like the Saracen language. Ibn al-Hassan. That's what I'm looking for. Avicenna.
2份雄鹿的药剂。啊？需要油。摸圣约翰，接着加入巨耳草，赌一轮，冷却之后加入蒲公英。 就这样吧。
So, what do you desire?
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the other novices.
所以现在自由时间了。接着往小米炒、结炒柑橘，需要水。接着往跟米炒煮3轮。
What trouble?
Will you tell me something?
Right.
About that magic potion from the forbidden books. What do you plan on doing with it?
I don't really know yet. Perhaps one day I'll concoct it and try it out.
Would you share the recipe with me?
You don't even have to ask. It's thanks to you I have it. Listen, old wives' ointment, which witches use upon the Sabbath, and therein damn their souls to the devil. Prepare oil, a fistful of marigold, a fistful of belladonna, and a fistful of lover's knot. Boil the lover's knot for 1 turn. Drop the ground marigold in the cauldron and boil for another turn. Drop the ground belladonna into the cauldron and boil for another turn.
Sounds quite poisonous.
And it probably is, but I'm interested to find out what it does.
About that, let's change.
I'm still...
It's no...
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It's the Necronomicon. Ghosts, demons, and invocations of powers beyond our world. Only it's written in a strange language that I can't really make sense of. All bara this and bara that. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables, read the words backwards, but nothing. I'm not getting anywhere with it.
Oh. I'm not too sure what the prior or the cicada would say about a book like that. Actually, what anyone would say. It sounds quite... prohibited.
Ah, prejudice. But you're right, it is prohibited. For no good reason, though. Has knowledge ever done anybody any harm?
没错。
You're right. Knowledge should never be prohibited.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Just take a look at the book. Maybe you'll be able to make some sense of it. I haven't grasped a single syllable. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are closed to a thirst for knowledge.
I'll leave you...
Thank you.
About that,
What do you...
啊， 圣约翰草怎么这么多啊？
What is it, bro?
Ah.
Ah, Gregor.
I'd like to... In the night, I overheard this...
Oh no. So it's still...
Lucas, what's going...
What do you think? Just like you, I saw the cicadas drinking and playing.
We'd be safer not to get mixed up in the affairs of our superior brethren.
You're probably right. But I was naive and hoped I could fix things. I warned them if they didn't stop, I'd go and tell the prior. But instead of mending their ways, they vented their anger on me. You've picked the wrong people to make enemies of, Lucas, they told me. Now I can't even count how many days and nights I've spent locked up in solitary confinement for the tiniest offenses, or for no offense at all.
Is there something I can do to help?
Would you? I think all it might take is for you to go and sit down with them. Have a talk, set things straight, then they'd leave me alone. But I'm afraid even this path leads nowhere. They'd probably start hounding you as well.
I'm not afraid of them.
Brother, you have the courage I lack. May the grace of God be upon you.
What
would you like?
Brother Cicator, my friend.
What would you like? To be relieved from duties?
No, I'm here because of Novice Lucas. I've heard there's some discord with him.
Only because that weasel wants to put an end to our nighttime fun. So, we're letting him know who's in charge here.
I'd appreciate it if you treat him like a brother again.
Well, if he isn't afraid of us, there's nothing to stop him ratting us out. But what do you care anyway? Grown fond of him, have you?
He hates you because you trample all over him and he has nothing to lose. If you show him just a bit of kindness, he'll think again about taking you on. You'll see.
Fine, you've convinced me. You can tell him things have been straightened out, but he'd better be on his best behavior from now on. Beware of Lucas. He might corrupt you.
What do you mean?
He's a sodomite, a sinner. He might try to get you into the habit. You're out of it.
Oh.
I didn't know that. Thanks for the warning. I spoke to the cicadas about how they've been treating you.
Really? Did you manage to convince them to leave me alone?
But you have to promise not to tell anyone what you saw them doing. Then they'll leave you alone.
That's a promise I'd be glad to make. I'm forever in your debt, brother. Because now I know I can trust you, there's something I want to tell you. It's about Brother Antonius. I wouldn't like to say something that isn't true. God forbid I should cause harm by my words, but this is something I'm sure of. Novice Antonius is lying to us.
What makes you say that?
He claims he's a merchant's son from Vlashin, and that he joined the order voluntarily. The thing is, I spent a great deal of time in Vlashin. I know it like the back of my hand, and no one even remotely like Antonius has ever lived there.
Are you sure? Because this could mean that...
It's true, or Canute isn't my name. That would be my secular name, by the way, but that's not important. I know Vlashin, and I know the local merchants there, and I've never seen Antonius among them. Why would he be lying if he had nothing to hide?
Thank you for telling me. I'll look into it.
酒2天节，红酒需满足2人，加入颠茄磨粉。这个要煮3轮啊。结草1轮，柑橘1轮。 糟糕，他跟我说的魔法药水。我忘记配方了。
Salve, be well.
Brother, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working somewhere? Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
I was feeling a bit queasy.
Really? This time I'll look the other way, but next time you won't get out of being punished.
What is it, bro?
About that magic. Let's change the.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
西斯经。哎，靠！我看一下回放。
What do you plan on doing with it?
I don't really know yet. Perhaps one day I'll concoct it and try it out.
Would you share the recipe with me?
You don't even have to ask. It's thanks to you I have it.
listen. Old wives' ointment, which witches use
老
upon
婆
the
的药
Sabbath,
膏
and therein damn their souls to the devil. Prepare oil, a fist.
同心结是什么啊？油、金盏花、电钱、同心结。
Fistful of marigold, a fistful of belladonna, and a fistful of lover's knot. Boil the lover's knot for 1 turn. Drop the ground marigold in the
暂睡。还是盐水啊？点钱，一轮，
the cauldron and boil for another turn. Drop the ground belladonna into the cauldron and boil for another turn.
Sounds quite poisonous.
And it probably is, but I'm interested to find out what it does.
Uh 应该就是结草吧。从来没看到过这种东西啊！我就只有一株滇钱。 妈的，装个水。60。
What would you like?
I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this in your life. But it's easier than you think. Just a bit of practice and learning Latin. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original. Is that clear? Then you may begin, and try not to make a mess of it.
哪里？1、2、3、4、5、6。啊。
Servus.
它这怎么多了一个逗点？RAMUS RAMUS UTQU I
My boy, what have you done? This is a disaster.
What is it, brother?
哦，这边要待到10点了。
What is it?
You're interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them. Praise be to Christ. Get away from my cabinet. The books stood in there aren't for your eyes to see.
哦吼！自由了。同心结，难道是艾草吗？
What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
谁把小刀放这啊？我看谁睡那。
Interested in what's inside? Forbidden books, written by the devil himself. Forget about them.
还有1小时。
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor. I don't know my way around here yet. You're in charge of the whole monastery, aren't you?
Welcome amongst us. Yes, yes. The Lord wanted me to take over the abbot's duties in his absence, but mainly I'm a servant of God, just like you and all the other brethren. Before God, there's no difference between us. How'd you like it here?
I don't know yet. Haven't been here long.
You're too humble. I'm sure you must have some opinion, but I won't pry it out of you.
I'd like to...
走了走了。原来是这里啊！
Will you tell... Guy, I mean, where... Come on.
12点到14点。18点，是吗？这个是中午祷告，祷2个小时。有这个惊叹号，应该是一定要在吧？哦，大概祷1个小时啊。
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
还差1个哎。
The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ, who, because of the holy service they have confessed, and fear of hell and the glory of life everlasting, as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, and cannot suffer any delay in executing. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men, if what is commanded is done without hesitation. Delay, lukewarmness, grumbling or objection. For the obedience given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with ill will at first, not necessarily with his lips but simply in his heart, then even though he fulfills the command, yet his work will not be
What is it, brother?
acceptable to God, who sees that his heart is murmuring. And far from gaining a reward for such work as this, he will incur the punishment due to murmurers unless he amends.
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why do you ask? And more importantly, where did you hear it? Since I'm quite sure I've never told you. Honestly, the monks like to gossip more than old wives at the market.
Brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed as follows. From Easter until the calends of October, when they come out from prime in the morning.
Because I've heard otherwise. You aren't from Vlashim. You made it all up.
And who told you that? Whoever it was, he's a liar. It's complete nonsense.
After the 6th hour, having left the
I've heard your... I've read the abbot's book. It's got everything he knows about the novices.
Why? Why would you do that?
It was pure chance.
Pure chance? You had to break into his study to get it. Do you have any idea how they'll punish you for that?
That's beside the point now. There are gaps in your little story about Vlashim.
What's so implausible about it? I've always been more interested in books, so I left my brother the shop and came here to live a good life.
Must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint
Good. I believe you.
on daily manual labor.
I found a dagger in your stash.
And why shouldn't you have? I did hide it there after all. Do you often go through other people's belongings?
To that end, we think that the times for each may be
Well then, I have a question for you. I think you know what it is. What does a monk need a dagger for?
That dagger's the only thing I have left of my father. It was in our old shop, under the counter. Father kept it there to protect himself from thieves. When I was little, I admired that dagger so much. I asked Father if he'd give it to me when I was older. He always said yes, but only after he was dead.
Anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as
Go on, please.
disturb anyone else.
Now Father's dead and I'm here. That piece of steel is the only thing I have left from the outside world. I know it's not suitable for a monk, but I can't part with it. Now you can give it back to me. Thou shalt not steal.
As to keep them from idleness and at the same time not to overburden them
Here it is.
or drive them away with excessive
Thank you.
Their weakness
It means
must
a
be
lot to
taken
me.
into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on daily
Here's your dagger.
Idleness.
Thank you, brother. You don't know what this means to me. It's the only thing I have to remember him by.
Manual labor, and again
I've heard-
fixed
Yes.
hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the
I've
times
read-
for
Why?
each may be prescribed as follows: from Easter until the calends of October. When they come out from
It-
prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to reading. After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds. Or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb.
哦，自动吃到100是吧？
Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned the task of
快7点了。
with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of
是丢店自由活动。
idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed
What
hours
troubles
in
you?
sacred reading. To that end, we think that
About
the
that-
times for each may be prescribed as follows:
Let's change the...
from Easter until the calends of October. When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until
I've heard that
the
you,
6th, let them apply themselves to reading.
Well, that you enjoy the company of men.
After the 6th hour,
Is there any truth to it?
What?
rest on their beds.
How do you know that?
Silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to.
The cicadas told me.
Read to himself in such
They'll
a
never
way
leave
as
me
not
in
to
peace.
disturb anyone else.
Yes,
Let
you can
none
call
ever
me a
set
sodomite, a sinner, a monster, the spawn of Satan. But tell me this, Gregor. Can I help the way I am? I tell you, it's a test of my faith. A test so daunting you can't even imagine it.
Of such a nature as to keep them from idleness and at the same time not to overburden
You're right.
them or drive them.
I found it interesting, but I'm not judging you.
Their weakness must
You
be
are the way
taken
you
into
are.
consideration by the
You should be true to yourself.
I'm glad you aren't like the others. Thank you for not passing judgment. I swear to God, I've never lain with another man. I've never sinned. When my father wanted me to find a wife and start a family, I told him the truth, and he had me sent here. And in a way, I was glad. My guilt had been consuming me, and I knew in the monastery I'd find peace. The Lord sees my soul, and he knows it's pure.
labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour.
Will you tell me?
I
mean, where you're from? What?
I'm another.
Come.
After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as
我靠，
not
你是
to
复读机
disturb
是吧
anyone else.
在这边念
Let
1小时
none be said rather early at the middle of the 8th hour, and
受不了
what work has been done. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task of idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive.
7点半。21点之前要睡觉。红跟蓝。
Servus.
《阅读可检面》。
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
Ah, Gregor. Talk to me.
Praise be to
Praise be to What troubles?
I'd like.
What troubles you? Talk to me.
Let's hope things will settle down a bit around here now.
What do
What?
I found it here in the... It's the Necronomic...
Bob.
Just...
他怎么不跟我说话啊？放鸽子是吧？
My joints started just before they raised scarlet, and now they hurt again, but worse than last time.
You're right. Stuff might be wrong. And besides, God will be our protector.
The one that will soon be solved. It's a wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
What would you like? What trouble? What is it?
He'll do anything for a little pat on the back from us.
Praise be to our Lord.
I've got an itchy feeling on the back of my neck. I think someone's spying on us.
Nonsense. Why would anyone do that? And anyway, what would it matter if they did? They're all afraid of us. They won't lift a finger against us.
True. They all know what we do to them. They've seen what we did to Lucas. Have you spoken to Yodok?
I have. He said the new cask is ready, but he was as nervous as a nun in a bathhouse, like he doesn't want to fetch any more.
Oh, he'll do it. Just as soon as we've drunk this one dry. He'll do anything for a little pat on the back
后
from
面
us.
有人啊，都被听到了。
I've got an itchy feeling on the back of my neck. I think someone's spying on us.
Nonsense. Why would anyone do that? And anyway, what would it matter if they...
奇怪，9点了。夜间宵禁，为什么大家还在走？
We're none of us getting any younger, but a cup of wine makes it all worth.
What do you desire?
Here I am.
Just in time to manage it all. Once we're outside, we'll need to be careful and we'll need to be quick. If we're not back before sunrise, someone will realize we've gone, and there'll be hell to pay.
Where exactly are we going for the wine?
Next to the monastery is the house of the custodian, a baron who provides military protection to the monastery. We'll take the wine from him.
Why go to all that trouble? Aren't the monastery wine cellars full?
They are, but Brother Celerius keeps records of all the casks, and the prior checks them. They'd investigate if any went missing. Whereas, if someone outside loses the odd cask, they're not going to suspect us monks.
That does sound reasonable. How do we do that once we're there? Will we need to break into the custodian's cellar?
We needn't break in anywhere. It's on the ground floor and usually unlocked. It holds supplies for the whole craftsman's yard, and every now and again, someone comes in to fetch something. The only thing we have to make sure is that nobody sees us.
What particular wine are the cicadas after?
They want some Znojmo wine. But there's no way we'll be able to tell what's what. We'll just grab a cask and head off. I doubt the custodian would have anything of poor quality in his cellar.
The brothers will complain.
They'll complain even more if they've nothing to drink at all.
I'm ready. We can head off.
All right. You have the outside keys, so get unlocking.
Let's go.哇，这就是外面的世界吗？
Wonderful. Now you have to be quick. Go, and don't let anyone see you or there'll be trouble.
Wait, what do you mean I have to be quick? Aren't we going together?
You know, it's better if I stay here. One fellow attracts half the attention of two.
好家伙
Just go.
Very well.
Wonderful. Hey, good luck, Gregor. I'll wait here for you. Praise be to Christ, brother. Well done. Now take the cast back to the circators. I'm going to bed. Feels like I've been waiting for you for all eternity.
不管他了。
Abbot Peter's health is deteriorating. They say he won't make it to the autumn.
No, no. Peter has a strong constitution. He'll still be on this earth for many years to come.
I wish all good health upon him. But I want change, and only a new abbot can bring that.
Waiting pays off. There's no hurry.
Leave me be. I want to sleep.
先睡个1小时。
Just 2 or 3 of them do. It'll help us. So, to Abbot John.
To Abbot John. Hey, you're a fine fellow. Show us what you've been hiding.
Turnipy nose with just the slightest hint of rat droppings. Not too lardy, like the last one. Nice sharp elbows. It's not Olomouc, nor Znojmo either. But as John says, drinkable enough. Thank you, brothers. And now sit down and share a cup with us.
What do you desire?
What troubles you?
好啊，喝一杯。
What is it?
Let's drink.
Servus.
That's the idea. And what should we drink to?
How about to the abbot?
To the abbot it is. But wait a minute, lad. Which one?
To Abbot John.
That's more like it.
Nevlis wanted me to steal a forbidden book from the library.
Really? Oh, this must be a dream. Actually, this would never have
决定
occurred
跟
to
他
me,
们
even in my
同一边了。
wildest dreams. Which book? What did he want it for?
What was that writer called? Avicenna, a pagan and a Mohammedan. He wanted to use it to help heal Abbot Peter.
What? That dirty louse thinks he can steal magic books and use them to curse good Christians? Well, he shan't, as long as my name's John.
I don't think it's really like that. It was a medicinal book, and Nevlis had good intentions.
Brother, if the book is forbidden, there is a good reason for it. Forbidden books are full of magic, blasphemy, and witchcraft. There's no excuse for reading them, let alone stealing them from where they've been safely hidden away. Nevlis has committed a grave offence, and he'll pay for it. But listen, brother, for the time being, keep it to yourself. Now, you've helped me greatly, but I'll save it for when Nevlis begins elbowing his way into the elections. The power of truth is greatest when its timing is right.
As you wish. I'm glad I could help.
I won't forget it.
I'll be going, bro.
Do us a favour.
Oh, all right, but that's the last cup. I'll be...
Do us a favour.
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table. I'm not so sure.
水箱是安全的，对不对？还有他也在。
What would you like? be getting your rest and not wandering about like a ghost?
原来长老睡在这啊。
What have we here? That's it. The book with information about the novices. Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
唯一的缺点就是有基奸倾向。安东尼斯。我靠！从书上撕下的纸，差一个，不找到我会睡不着觉了。 见鬼了！每个地方我都去过。9，我一个一个找。图书馆有2个。石潭里都被拿过了。 让我找找。妈的！桌上跟那里。所以2跟3我拿过了。那应该在寝室里吧。 让我找了这么久，结果我还是错过这个地方。哇，这么值钱啊！赶紧睡1小时。
Salve, be well.这是什么鬼啊？教堂与木之围栏的阴影之间的信仰之门降临。
糖与木质围栏。这应该是一个密道吧？信仰之门降临。朝下干枯的河床，就像摩西。这应该是我要把那个人丢下去了。6点用餐。
Ah, Gregor.
Is there any way I could help you get elected? Somehow tip the scales in your favour?
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout, "Vote for Nevlis, vote for Nevlis"?
Not exactly. You do have an opponent, John.
John isn't my opponent, he's my brother. Just like you and everyone else here. We're all brothers in Christ. But there is something you could help me with. You must know there's a great deal of iniquity here in the monastery. I'd be interested to hear of anything I don't know about.
Should I find out for you what's going on around here?
Let me make this clear. I want to base my candidacy on putting things in order. But if I don't know exactly what's wrong, then my promises are just empty slogans.
Very good then. I'll find out what I can.
Thank you, brother.
What do you want me to...
I'd be interested to hear...
不义的行为。
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation. It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. I didn't leave that book out, or did I? Is there anything I can do for you in return?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know everything about the novices are the abbot and the prior. They keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it. It's locked up in the prior's study.
Thanks. You've helped me immensely.
No, thank you. About that book, don't even think about breaking in to get it.
I've discovered something about the wrongs being committed here.
I see. Tell me more.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything...
Brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor. What trouble?
I have all the pages of the torn-up book. The Art of Love can go back to the library.
Oh, brother, you can't even imagine how happy you've made me. Since you're clearly a true lover of books, I'll give you a reward I've never given another novice. I'll lend you the key to the cabinet containing forbidden books, and you can look at the peculiar things we've accumulated there. That cabinet's strictly off limits to novices, but you've earned my trust. I'm sure you'll recognize that those books contain nothing but dangerous gibberish. And there's a valuable lesson to be learned there.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your trust. Is there anything I can do to help here?
I'm glad you asked. There's one thing, a silly thing really. I haven't thought to mention it to anyone before, but not long ago, a brother brought me a crumpled piece of parchment. He says he found it rolled up in a hole in the wall. The thing is, it was a page from Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could. The rule...
看来这边要告一段落了。
This is the virtue of nothing but Christ, who, because of the holy service, and the fear of hell, and the glory of life everlasting. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God.
What is it, brother?
Pleasing to men only if what is commanded is done.
I've heard you're from Vlashin.
Yes, why do you ask?
Delay, lukewarmness, grumbling, or objection. For the obedience given to superiors...
I've read the abbot's book. It's got everything he knows about the novices.
Why? Why would you do that?
His lips, but simply in his heart. Then even though he fulfills the command...
It was pure chance.
His work will not
pure chance? You had to break into his study to get it. Do you have any idea how they'll punish you for that?
That's beside the point now. There are gaps in your lip.
What's so implausible?
Good.
The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on humility. The first degree of humility is obedience without delay. This is the virtue of those who hold nothing dearer to them than Christ. But this very... If what is delay, is given to superiors is given to God. For if the disciple obeys with an ill will and murmurs, not necessarily with his lips, but simply his heart, then even though he fulfills...
我来看看。已经确定是这个安东尼斯了。
The rule of Saint Benedict, readings on daily manual labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed as follows. When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the fourth
What?
hour. And from the fourth hour until about the sixth, let them apply themselves to reading. After the sixth hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence.
What kind?
I found it here. It's the Necronomic.
Read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none e'er be said rather early at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has been done until the vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned to task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness.
What do you do?
Or drive them away with excessive toil. Their
Talk to
weakness
me,
must
brother.
be taken into consideration by the abbot.
7点。
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have.
Very well, brother.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate anything that is not allowed in the monastery.
Oh my god. Ah.
The rule of Saint...
What is it?
The rule of Saint Benedict. Let us do what the prophet says. I said, I will guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth. I was mute and was humble, yet silent even for good things. Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence sought to lead us at times to refrain from good speech, avoid evil work. For it is written, in much speaking you will not
要
escape
到
sin.
8点。
Death and life are in the power of the tongue.
Ah. You're not alone.
Why? What's wrong with...
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer.
Why do you want to become abbot?
Because when I see the way things are headed around here, I have no other option. Itinerant preachers speak of the corrupted black heart of the church, and I can't deny there's truth in what they say. I'd like to change things and bring back meaning and esteem to the monastery.
我靠，这么正直啊！
I'll be interested to know more.
I don't like to speak ill of people, but Circuitor John is the worst person the monks could pick to represent them. He's nothing but an old schemer and pedant who preaches water but drinks wine. He's won the older brethren over because they know he won't call an end to their debauchery.
That's all. Thank you.
Peace be with you, brother. What is it,
I've discovered... The older brothers are picking on novice Lucas, punishing him when he doesn't deserve it and humiliating him.
It seems that now even brothers can't avoid worldly evil. Thank you for the information, and if you can, stand up for him. The older brothers are also out to get me. Any action I take, they'll try to use against me.
The Circators go into the cellar at night to drink wine.
I thought so. John always reeks of it. And he wants to be abbot. Hypocrite. Perhaps if you told the prior, that would clip John's wings.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything...
I'm here to...
Excellent. Today it's your task. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget...
烈酒，薄荷跟2把柑橘，原木柑橘。
What is it, brother?
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. What troubles you?
Because I was curious.
That book was surely kept under lock and key, which makes you a thief. What led you astray, brother? Do you have any idea how they'll punish you for that?
That's beside the point now.
What's so implausible about it?
You see, I'm looking for someone in the monastery. Someone who's lied about who he is. And you fit that description perfectly.
But I told you, I've never lied to anyone.
That's funny. I think you're lying to me right now.
Do you think you're entitled to met out justice? Who gave you the right? I'm sorry, but I don't want to have anything more to do with you, Gregor. You're a lunatic, and the prior ought to be warned about you.
Gregor. Please don't tell him anything. It would put my whole mission in jeopardy. And believe me, my cause is just.
Very well, I won't say a word. But you should think twice about what you have in mind.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been.
I've had enough of this. You'll never put me in seclusion.
You dare resist punishment? Let me remind you, brother, you will suffer the consequences of your deeds.
Yes, brother. I'm resisting punishment. I've had it up to my neck with you, your monastery, and your bullshit. Do your damnedest.
You failed to complete your trial period as a novice. You are hereby banished from the order.
Huh. Amen.
The rule of Saint Benedict.
What? There's something I should tell you. Something you won't be happy to hear. I'm here to find someone and, well, to do away with him. But listen, it's not murder. Not when it's a man like him. He's one of the brigands who burned down Neuhof. He doesn't deserve to live.
What's he doing here? And who are you?
They call him pious because he used to be a priest. When he found out a lot of people were after him, he hid away here. And as you can see, escaped suspicion. They sent me here to find him and bring him to justice. He's one of the novices.
So we have one outlaw and one assassin in our midst. This place is a lot more exciting than I expected. Do you know who it is?
Well, that's just it. It could be Antonius?
Antonius? He's a fine fellow. No, it can't be him. Although, you never know what's hiding beneath a man's skin.
See how hard it is? It could be anyone, and at the same time, nobody in particular. I won't tell you more, and I'd like you to keep silent about this too.
You're talking about killing in the monastery. I really should report it.
Would you do that? I have a feeling you wouldn't.
You're right. I'll keep it to myself. I've got problems enough of my own without involving myself in yours. And besides, I mean to be gone from here within a year, so why should I care what happens with the monastery?
Thank you, Siskin.
Good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written,
What do you des-
in much speaking you will not escape sin. And in another place,
I need to make a confession.
I'm no priest, but tell me what you've done. It's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief. He had a hand in burning down the Neuhof stud.
You don't say. And who are you to take such an interest?
inspired by reverence. coarse jests and idle
Someone whose job it is to investigate the case, find the perpetrators, and make sure they get the punishment they deserve.
Punishment? Do you intend to punish them here, in the monastery?
I don't know yet. I'm still just on their trail. Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices. I've only recently heard about the Neuhof incident. All the other brethren have been here much longer than that.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices, but still, I don't know which one he could be.
3? Please, leave me out of it. And you're right that it could be any one of them. No one knows anything about Lukas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. It wouldn't surprise me if he was behind that massacre. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to get in someone's good books. The thought of Yodok at Neuhof sends chills up my spine.
And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders.
I don't think it was him. But please, don't tell a soul what we've been talking about.
Don't fret, my friend.
As soon as they begin to appear.
I know you're pious. The man I've been looking for.
So you're finally sure? Tell me, Gregor, or Karl, or whatever your true name is. What do you want to do now?
I don't know. I'm not sure what I should do.
Well, at least you're prepared to think and not just play bloodhound for a pack of nobodies. And I'm glad you have your doubts.
I don't want to be like the people I'm looking for. If I have to kill, it should be for a reason, not because I enjoy it.
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us, but we don't have to let them use us. We can just forget all about it and go our own way. I was a bandit, and I was at Neuhof. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Neuhof made me realize my life was worth shit, but I still had a chance to change for the better. Here in the monastery I've had plenty of time to think things over, but then you showed up and fucked it all up.
So the evildoer changes his ways and finds God. What exactly are you proposing?
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life in peace, and no one will try to kill me. If we work together, we can both get what we want.
For speaking and teaching belong to the master. The disciples' part is to be silent and to listen.
What if I wanted a different option?
You could kill another novice, I suppose. If news of the murder got out from the monastery, my former friends might believe I'm dead. But I'm offering you a solution that doesn't require any killing. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading towards the river. No one will bother looking for my body there. There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get as far away from here as I can.
That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts and ruder minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom more is committed, from him more is required.
Good. Let's do it your way.
Good. I'm glad that despite our initial discord, we could reach an agreement. Here, take something to calm your stomach. Now we'll need the keys to the monastery and some blood to make the tracks.
But since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots.
What are you going to do?
As soon as they begin to
I need to get ready for a long journey. Prepare supplies.
What do I need the keys to the monastery for?
不是说两人一起跑掉吗？
This place.
Do you mean the...
What?
And where am I
You'll find a parchment in the kitchen with a list of ingredients on it.
All right.
Excellent. And Gregor?
Knowing that it is written, the fool is not corrected with words. certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed as follows. From Easter until the calends of October. When they come out from prime in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And same time not to overburden them or drive them away. The rule of Saint... I have set a guard to my mouth. I was kept silent. Here the prophet shows that if the spirit of silence ought to...
Brother, what are you doing here?
I had other affairs that needed to be attended to immediately. It will never happen again.
Red. I'll pretend. Brother, you were somewhere...
什么情况啊？
I've had enough of...
The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on
Oh, Gregor.
Let us do what the prophet says. I said, I will guard my ways, that I may not sin with my tongue. I have set a guard...
That's not important.
I was mute.
Why are you telling me?
Perhaps you could help me find... I know. Aside from me...
I know.
So much the more ought the punishment for sin make us
I should kill you.
And why would you want to do that? Because that's what they told you to do. I was a bandit, and I was at Nyhoff. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Nyhoff made me realize my life was worth shit. But I still...
So the evil...
他想改过自新。
You're right.
But they won't if we're clever about it. Before we make a run for it, they will split up.
Good. What are you gonna...
What?
All right.
And for such conversation we do not permit a disciple to open his mouth. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on daily labor. Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied at certain times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that the times. Such a nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness
What do you...
Is that... I've... That's... I'm in...
You're not alone.
Why? What's wrong?
Many brothers think...
I'll be in...
He's one.
What? That...
What do you...
I'm here.
Excellent. Concoct...
雄鹿之血。我应该有才对啊。
Ah.
I finished.
早班做到中午，真的假的？这边要待4小时。哎，不管怎样都要过完这天吧。
Peace be with you, brother.
Ah.
I'm here to...
Excellent.
A C D M 没有 N。
Oh, this is quite inexcusable, boy. Can you even read?
天哪！搞到下午4点。
Not now, brother.
18点。
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't.
又怎么了？
You dare resist?
Yeah.
You failed to complete.
傻小啊！哎，我真他妈服
The
了
rule of Saint Benedict.
What is it?
Idleness is the enemy of the soul. Therefore, the brethren should be occupied
Perhaps I.
with times in manual labor, and again at fixed hours in sacred reading. To that end, we think that times for each may be prescribed as follows: from Easter until the calends of October.
Good.
When they come out from
What?
in the morning, let them
What?
read,
I need.
and whatever
What?
is
Do you,
necessary until about the 4th hour. And from
all
the
right.
4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to reading. beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early at the middle of...
Talk to me.
I mean, what? What?
Praise be.
Is there? I've. That's. I mean, what? That's a
Pete. What is it, brother?
I'm here.
Talk to.
I've.
真是服了。
Talk to. I'm here.
Oh, this...
2个4小时。
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
嗨，早啊！躲起来挂机。
Talk to me, brother.
Will you tell me something about how...
Of course. Abbot...
Anyone can become...
Precisely. We have two candidates, Nevlas and John. I know that some brothers have already...
From him, more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless
Brother,
one he finds better in good works.
you were somewhere you should.
And let him
You're
not
lying.
shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but
Brother, you were somewhere you.
我现在要躲他就对了，是吧？
as soon as anything has been ordered by the superior,
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place?
only if what is commanded is done without hesitation.
哎他妈的！坏档了是吗？
Brother.
Ah, 操你妈！
Brother, you were...
他像是故意找我麻烦了，是吧？厨房。
Her laughter, these we condemn everywhere with a perpetual bow.
在哪里呀？这血液。
So, you will.
受不了欸。 为什么？有人在弥撒，有人在吃饭。 厨房的原料里，等到他明天送到。
Salve, be well.
Speaking and teaching belong to the Master. The disciples' part is to be silent and to listen. And for that reason, if anything has to be asked of the superior, it should be asked.
靠！哇，走这条路线这么困难吗？为什么你们还在这？
Salve, be well.
哇，快受不了啦！ OK，
To our Lord Jesus.
这人故意在堵我哎。
What is it, brother?
I have everything we need for the escape.
Excellent. Straight after Vespers, we'll meet in the dormitory. We'll have to get it all done before the monks have finished dinner.
What exactly is your plan? And why can't we do it at night?
We're going to prepare a little riddle they'll never solve. And why at mealtime? Because we need the dormitory as well as the church to be empty. Then at night we'll escape. Do you follow? Take everything with you and don't forget the keys.
Good. Once evening mass ends, I'll be in the dormitory.
OK。
Aha, Greg.
你该不会来睡午觉的吧？6点。
Lord in heaven, what have you done now?
他没东西啊。让我看看他怎么布这个局。
Praise be to God. For a moment there I was worried you weren't coming. Give me that blood. This is the exact spot where you pushed me off the gallery.
然后呢？
And here's where you dragged my lifeless body.
这样我要怎么跟上面的人交代？吼吼！
What would you like? Thank you for helping me out. Now we must each go our own way.
I was glad to help. I did what I needed to do and no one got killed. What will you do now?
Now, get the hell out of here. Steal the first horse I come across and ride until dawn, far, far away from here. I was thinking... Here, take this. Show it to those cutthroat bastards and tell them you found it on me. That should convince them. Especially when they hear about the outcry here after the Friars found out we've gone.
Your lucky die?
In a manner of speaking. Hope it brings you more luck than it brought me. Thank you. Thank you for letting me live, Brother Gregor.
My name's Henry.
All right, Brother Henry. May God be with you.
奇怪的骰子。哇，好像好几个月没出来一样了。 老板嘞。
I hope I can.
这骰子怎么还是那个头啊？这么重。OK。够隐秘的了。
This looks like the place they were talking about.
Morning, sunshine. Hope we didn't wake you.
Kurva! Did you have to sneak up on me like thieves?
We are thieves. Besides, we had to make sure you weren't followed, or trying to lead us into a trap. But enough of this chit-chat. Let's get down to business. We heard there was some trouble at the monastery. Question is, was it the right sort? Did you do that job we agreed?
Do you think I'd be sitting here if I didn't do it?
How should I know? The world's full of idiots.
It's done.
You've got proof?
He had this on him.
Aye. That says alright. What did you do with the body?
I dragged it away and buried it.
That must have been quite a job.
True, it wasn't easy, but if I'd left the corpse, they'd know for sure I was the killer. This way, they just lost a couple of novices. Or do you think it would have been better to leave the body there?
Nah. I just have to make sure you did what was needed. Not even a mouse can get into that damn monastery, so I've no choice but to trust you.
And do you trust me?
Yeah.
What now?
What now? You did your job. Welcome. We need people like you.
But what do you need people like me to do?
I'm just the crimp. All I do is recruit. Now you get to go to our camp and find out everything you need to know.
Where?
Are you seriously telling me you didn't notice the camp? Not too observant, are you? Well, there's a hill above Sasau, and on top there's an old abandoned fort. Only it's not as abandoned as it used to be. That's where the camp is. Go there and report to a fellow by the name of Eric. Tell him Kozliak sent you.
And they'll let me in just like that?
Good point. I almost forgot. At the gate, show them the special dye you took off Pius. That's our sign.
That's all?
That's all. You'll learn everything you need to know at Vranik. And hurry up. I've got a feeling there's something being planned.
先不要汇报吧，算了，汇报吧。诶，好像很久没有去比武了。
呀！
Sir, I have news, and I'm sorry to say it's nothing good.
After everything that's happened, you have even worse news. That's almost impressive.
I'm afraid so. It's going to happen again, and on an even bigger scale.
You're full of good cheer, aren't you? What exactly will happen?
It seems the Pribyslavitz encampment was just the start, and they're far from defeated.
How did you find out?
I found a recruiting agent who worked for them, and let him recruit me.
Ah, God's holy hat. You never cease to surprise me, lad.
And what did you find out?
They have another much bigger encampment in Vranyk near to Sasau.
What do those bastards want? And who the hell are they?
To hurt us? Conquer the region? I'm not sure yet, but I can find out.
How?
I'm one of them now. I have their secret sign. I know where their camp is. All I have to do is go and take a look.
That's out of the question. It's too risky.
Sire, compared to everything I went through to get this, it will be child's play. I already passed their test. They trust me.
Then we'll have to attack them before things get out of hand. Ideally, right now when they're not expecting us. Once we catch that mangy little shit, we can ask him nicely what he wants. But then again, before we attack, it would be useful to have a spy go and scout out how many of them there are and what they're up to.
I don't want you to take any unnecessary risks.
It's much less risky than our raid on Pribyslavitz.
All right then, Hal. Go there and find out how many of them there are, and what their plans are, whatever you can. But don't stick your neck out too far.
Yes, sir.
Godspeed, lad.
先到这吧，吃个饭先。